Good afternoon, everyone. Kalla here. Welcome to my live stream. Glad you could make it today. So today we're back to Great Ace Attorney Chronicles and back to the fourth case. Last time, let's see, we were contracted to look for a missing husband for this lady, and our investigation took us to the prison where the professor had been, among other things. And then a terrible murder happened, and we lost our dear Inspector Gregson. And the person suspected of this foul murder is Barrack von Zeeks, so we need to convince him to let us take his case so that we can find out the truth. I think that's about it, right? Hello, Nick. How are you doing? Right, and I think we just finished looking around here, which is the scene of the crime. Wait, can I look at the history? Yeah. I think we need to go and travel somewhere? Oh, wait, have we conversed with Gina? No, we haven't yet. I'm doing fine as well. Alright, let's talk to Gina. Gina, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? That's what I want to know. It's what, half a year since I got out of the clink. That's when I decided to give up my diving and become a detective instead. Oh yes, Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he? Yeah, somewhat like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. But it turns out, he's a bit of a legend at the yard. Goodness, really? I say he managed to solve some real tricky case. Just like that. He did? Yep, and ever since then he started going out on all sorts of investigations. But always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what half the cases he's working on are, apparently. Now that sounds like a terrible idea. Tell people where you're going, Gregson. What's my opinion on the Halloween Twisted Wonderland events coming up? Well, given that it ends before actual Halloween, I think we're getting 2 years of Halloween stacked on top of one another. Not how it's supposed to work, is it? So what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all. And look where it landed him. Respect for the Reaper? In what way? I heard him say as much. I'll take my hat off to that fella, were his words. Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper. Yeah, the boss said that's exactly why he respected the bloke. I didn't realise Gregson held the Reaper in quite such high regard. He said something else to me and all. That I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, because he only goes after people that are bad. Was Gregson the actual Reaper? Or did he know him? It did kind of set my mind at ease when he said that. Right. You're interested in the Jade card. Well, at least you do get 2 chances, I think, at the cards from what I read. That you get their own banner, and then at the end there's a banner with all of them. But yeah, that it's not gonna help you with saving up, is it? It's a crime scene. What is this place then? Does anyone live here? Apparently it's being rented by some cove called Hugh Boone. That's not the person we were supposed to be looking for, right? No, it's a Mr. Vigil. But he's probably using a fake name. Hugh Boone. It's a sort of here today, gone tomorrow name, that isn't it? Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him. I see. Well, judging from appearances, I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time. If ever. Right? All the lads from the yard piled down to get stuck into the investigation. But there's so little here, no one knew what to do with themselves. I do wonder... Yes, Miss Susato? Well, could it be that this Hugh Boone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself? It's possible. What? How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. Yeah, seems likely. I'd never even considered that. Nice work, Suze. We're actually following a line of inquiry like that ourselves. You are? If you look around the room, you'll see. There's a few things that hint at it. We should really investigate this place in detail. I mean, we already have. But... The incident. I see that's where the poor inspector was found, over there. Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet what did him in. Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck that candle tree on the wall. Oh yes, it's blown one of the candles apart completely. Like, whoever shot Gregson shot him from fairly low for the bullet to go through and into the candle, right? And the gun used there is on the floor. It's the Reaper's, isn't it? No denying that. What? Really? How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big wired eyes. I'm only saying what I heard. I don't know much about guns myself. Well, there's some bigwig lordman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him? Yeah, lower angle or a short person, right? I mean, I guess a taller person can fire at a lower angle. Like, I could probably... Yeah. It's not a very good angle for figuring out angles, though, right? You're holding the gun way below your line of sight. A bigwig lawman, is it? Anyway, Fresno Street runs under that window there. There were some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside. That's because they've probably taken them in for questioning or they've run. Yeah, they've all been taken down to the yard for questioning, that's why. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here, after all. They'll be getting a grilling. I mean, there is a way you could shoot from below your line of sight and be really certain you'll hit the guy, and that's if you're, like, right up on them. You know, like, jab a gun in their stomach or something. Practically. Do you think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves? I doubt it. Lads at the yard will just want to know what you're snooping for and you'll be up for a grilling and all. So we can't interview the witnesses then. Shame. Alright. We've looked around. Is there anything that we should probably show Gina? Oh, let's show Gina the wig. Gina, what do you make of this? What is that? Evidence? Work something out about what happened, have you? Oh, no? Not exactly? I ain't been long enough in the job to get all this deducting business yet. But I swear I'm gonna get the person what did this to the boss. Yeah, to get that close, Gregson would have to lower his guard significantly, which would make sense if it was Van Zeek's. But we're trying to say it's not Van Zeek's, so maybe not. Okay, we need to find someone who knows about guns. Actually, let's start from the top and see if we have anyone to talk to or anything to do. Maybe Sholmes. Nope. Lord Chief Justice would be a bigwig lawman. Yep. 1st of November, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. You've made good time. Oh, wait, who's this gonna be who's talking, I wonder? Guy or girl? Guy, maybe. I took an express train back to London. Maybe. I don't know. I can hear Lord Strongheart, can you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone. Oh! It's Kazuma! Why didn't I think about that? Is everything in place? I had a private compartment. What was my Kazuma voice anyway? I had a private compartment on the train so I could check all the paperwork. It's Kazuma-sama. Oh, he's gonna be the prosecutor this time, isn't he? Ah, your timing is impeccable. It is? No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry. Yes? I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zeeks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson. I believe only in the facts. And the facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Van Zieks for this crime. We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective. Oh no, surely not! It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes. So does that mean the trial is tomorrow? Which is exactly my thoughts. Precisely. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions. Kazuma. Ah, but of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Asogi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings, leading the prosecution. I was right! He's the prosecutor! Wait. What? Kazuma? As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law. Kazuma-sama, a prosecutor? I mean, we all saw this coming, Susato. He was apprenticed under Van Zieks. I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no, people all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds. There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey. And now, the Reaper himself must stand in the dock? Quite so. The public wants answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths. But Lord Van Zieks firmly denies any involvement in such matters. And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent. That's certainly true. Or it has been, at least. Until now. No, tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history. I'm a little suspicious of Lord Strongheart. Just in general. So, Kazuma will be prosecuting tomorrow? That's right. But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart. Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. And imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. No doubt at all that Kazuma will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. But why Kazuma-sama? There are surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain. Maybe none of them wanted to prosecute the Reaper. It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial. You asked for this? But why? Because he's been working with Van Zieks for months. It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? If Van Zieks will let me? Casimir took a page out of Voice of Cards. I mean, he needs both of the belts he has because he has 2 swords. Although the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation. I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact. You are quite right, Miss Mikitoba. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. Ah. After all, the accused is one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as the judiciary closing ranks. So that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution? Ryunosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed, after practicing law in this land for so many months. Casimir, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend. Yes, he's lost every trial against me. But I'm sure he does very well. I'm sure he did very well in the past. The gun. Oh, yes, we noticed there was a gun at the scene of Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zieks? That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene. Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask someone higher up who might know. And that's right, Mr. Naruhodo. Be direct. It's certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. To all personnel involved in law enforcement, so it could be literally anyone's gun. Got it. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine. In that case, it could actually have belonged to the victim. No, Gregson had his gun on his person. What about Lord Van Zieks? He claims it's currently not in his possession. What? According to his story, he lost it. Well, it probably is his gun then. In short, it's more than a little suspicious. But just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's is no proof that it's actually his. And even if it is his, it's no proof that he actually fired it. No, of course not. Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Zieks. Alright, so... I think I want to go to the prison and try and convince Van Zieks that we should be defending him. He doesn't want to talk to us, so let's work down our other things. The hotel. No. Prison governor's office? Can I look around now? No. back to the scene of the crime? Oh, wait. No, I know what we need. I know what we need to do. Back to the Lord Chief Justice's office. I forgot that we can use Examine to go talk to Kazuma. I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but it'll be alright now. Has all your memory completely returned? Yes, completely. I remember everything. Including what I was coming here to do. Right. Kazuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia? It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London. That's where your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here to London. I'm so sorry for what's happened. Anyway, my memory might have returned to me. But there's something that won't return to the way it was before. Huh? What do you mean? I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. It doesn't look like we're going to glean much more here. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart. Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our Empire's history. There's much you could learn from the public gallery. No, I don't intend on being in the public gallery. I intend on being behind the defendant's bench. No, defenses, not defendants. Defense's bench. Sorry to have taken up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out. Who could the voice belong to, I bet? Maybe the voice in Kazuma's head was like Sholmes or something. Before you go, Ryunosuke. Oh, what is it, Kazuma? I just wanted to thank you. Kazuma-sama, what? You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection. You always were intent on studying British law in order to change your own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you. Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here. Oh? I actually have a favor to ask. Which is? This trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me, as the defense counsel. I mean, that's also where I would like to be. Why? What's this all about? I know you have what it takes. But Lord Van Zieks would never put his fate in my hands. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does? Hey, Naruhodo-san, we know he recognizes our talent. That's why he was happy that we were representing his friend. It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. So that's Gregson and Van Zieks and... Oh, is that his brother? The one that died? That's Lord Van Zieks and Inspector Gregson. In a photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the looks of it. And who's the third person? It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes. What I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it. Gregson's photograph has been entered into the court record. An old photographic print displayed rather prominently in Inspector Gregson's office, as if it was a treasured memory. I don't understand. Why are you giving me this? Just hurry, Ryunosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? Alright then. Let's go shove a photograph in Van Zieks' face and convince him to work with us. First of November. Local prison, cell 1. Lord Van Zieks is still reading that letter. We've been gone quite some time, though. Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter, or he's read it 1,000,000 times. I might even be able to read English faster than he can. I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese. Oh, sorry? I didn't think you'd hear that. I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time. Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow. Which is none of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This is nothing to do with you. I mean, on the contrary, Van Zieks, I think this is a lot to do with me, given that I consider both Inspector Gregson and yourself my friends. So there. In other words, no. We were just talking to Lord Strongheart, and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided. I'd expect nothing less, though I have no idea who it is. It's going to be Kazuma Asogi. Asogi? That made the colour drain from his face. Well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. Ah, so you acknowledge that you're going to need my help. 10 years ago, my older brother, who was a director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi. Genshin Asogi was Kazuma-sama's father. So what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court. I still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. It's what he does. No doubt he knew of the young man's true identity from the outset. But what could he have been hoping to achieve? For Van Zieks to understand that not all Japanese people are terrible? And let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that? Asogi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is you Nipponese. Right, your hatred of all us Japanese. I had only just been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer. The so-called professor. Assigned to the investigation as his partner was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. And that was Genshin Asogi? Oh man, Genshin Asogi was investigating himself. No wonder you had difficulty. Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong. Oh, how awful! To avenge my brother, I prosecuted in Asogi's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he consented. What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor? The man in charge of the Professor case inquiry, Lord Miles Strongheart. Oh, he was a prosecutor back then. Excuse me. I think some drink went down the wrong way. And, good afternoon, Haunter. How are you doing? Wait, what? Lord Strongheart? He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I felt indebted. I'm sure he must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor. Oh. Wait, we just had a line disappear then, I think. No? No. Okay. Anyway, time passed. But then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? And of all things, as a lawyer. Ah, it's pretty early where you are, Hunter. Felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese. I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years, that hatred had festered inside me. I could no longer control it. And I can understand why now I know the history. But in the same way that I've long felt for Nippon used to... I do need some water. I think it's Van Ziek's voice. But in the same way that I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life, to Kazuma Asogi, I am the bane of his. The Reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He is looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow. That seems like a terrible idea. Gregson's transfer to the Paris Police Prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month. Oh yeah, he was supposed to be transferred to Paris, and now he's dead. Oh no. But he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy. Oh, yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean. It's the first time I've ever encountered it. Oh! The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place. It sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard. Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself. By uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made. Oh. Yeah, we were sad that he was going to get transferred to Paris, and now we're even sadder because he's dead. At least if he was in Paris, he would have been in Paris and alive. What sort of approach? After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy. Oh my! 10 years ago? Why is that so surprising? Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time, and rarely performed. And my brother was of course a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. Oh, it was the previous case in this game that we learned that Gregson was going to Paris. If that's what you meant. Or the stuff about the professor, that all also came out in the previous case. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determined it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death. So you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities then. And it's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life. I don't have confidence in anyone. Doubt. Oh. And I'm sure Gregson felt the same way. Ah, I see. That's what we have the photo for, I think. I've no doubt he's thought of me as only the ominous Reaper, just like the rest of London. Ah, we have a photo that says otherwise, Van Zieks. What really went on between Lord Van Zieks and Gregson, I wonder? What was the true nature of their relationship? But anyway, we need to ask him about his gun first. About the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene. Ah, yes. That's not mine. Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is. What do you expect me to say to that? Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm. Which, you know, is a terrible thing to lose, a gun. Like, that's supposed to be properly locked up. I mean, I don't know if that's the rules here in late 19th century, early 20th century London. But I know that you have to have a proper locked gun safe these days. Or at least that's the case for shotguns anyway. Admittedly, I don't know anything about, like, the sorts of guns that are issued to law enforcement. As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true. When did you lose it then? That, I don't know. Oh! I was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stowed it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps. So I guess Van Zieks really doesn't care about guns, huh? Just like, what am I gonna do with this? Puts it in a drawer somewhere. You have something in common with Lord Van Zieks after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. No, this has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it. Don't make the mistake of associating me with this Nipponese. Yeah, it's true, he has a sword. Who needs guns when you got a sword? Oh dear. The rift is very wide, isn't it? So it's not decisive evidence, clearly. But it doesn't look good, that's for sure. Okay, so let's present him with evidence that Gregson liked him. Lord Van Zieks, we came by this old photograph. Where did you get that? It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. Is the man on the left there? Yes, that's my brother, Clint. The details of Gregson's photograph have been updated in the court record. The person on the left is Lord Clint Van Zieks. It had to be, really. Apparently this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know. Were you aware of that? Respect. That's nonsense. No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gina Lestrade, no less. Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. That was a nice glimpse of the past, I thank you. I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle. An insight into the true nature of this man known to all as the stone-cold Reaper of the Bailey. Ah, you're saving for a new laptop. Nice. I still need to get a case for all the pieces of new PC that I bought. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, that's the first time he's ever used my actual name. I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in. What's that? That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth. Lord Van Zeeks. From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now. I couldn't deny it even though I dearly wished I could. Here is a loathsome Nipponese who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. Yeah, that was a shot to the heart, wasn't it? There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. Was that Gregson and your brother? My brother, Clint, and Genshin Asogi. Oh. His brother and Genshin Asogi. Ah, I see. The man he idolized, and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. Ah, so that means he's 50-50 on me now. When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me. You mean this photograph? Back then, I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plague me now. I look to the future with hope. Since then, I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. Ah, Van Zeeks just needs a hug and a friend. I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? I will, Van Zeeks. I've been waiting for you to ask me that question. I will also give you a hug, because you clearly need one. Or possibly several. Of course I will. It would be an honor. I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhodo. And my life is in your hands. Yay! We convinced him. For Lord Van Zeeks. That must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask. Which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey, against my old friend Kazuma. Okay. 2nd of November, 8:58 a.m. Sorry, no, 8:56. 8:56. 8:56 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. There's that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no, it's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There's a menacing tension in the air today, isn't there? I suppose. Yes, I think so. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh, my! I do apologize. However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details. However, I understand that no jury has been selected. What? 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 We don't have a jury? How am I supposed to pull out my trump card? We've saved every case we've been in by doing the talking to the jury thing. How am I supposed to do that if there isn't a jury? A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like the professor's trial, I guess. The trial of the professor 10 years ago. A closed court. Good morning, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes. Have you made a note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo? An outright victory for science, you must agree. Yeah, congratulations on turning it back. I think this is its regular colour, but I don't remember what its regular colour was anymore. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. Ha! What to one man is a little hair problem, is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning. Oh dear, how awful for you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And I to you. I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I would readily commend you. What an honour. And that would be your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Mr. Sholmes. After all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind. My own. What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Who's this going to be? Sorry to barge in. Doesn't sound like Strongheart, because he's not going to apologise. Susato's dad? I'll go with Susato's dad. Sorry to barge in. Hey, it's Susato's dad! And Gina. Gina! What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Well, it's an honour to have you here. I hope there are some fruits to see. Although... Oh, yes, Gina? Why'd you agree to this, eh? Why'd you take him on? It's this Reaper bloke. Everyone says it was him what? Yeah, I mean also everyone said it was you what? Something before, Gina. You know what it's like to be in his shoes. What killed the boss? I'm sorry, Gina. But I just don't believe that. Well, if it weren't him, who was it? I don't know that yet. Which is exactly what I would have said. I don't know yet. I'll figure it out, though. I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out it was him what killed the boss, then God help him. Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. Eh? At least that may be some solace to the deceased. Please, Otto. Get whoever did this for the boss. Oh, Gina. I hate feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you gotta find out who did this and make the wretch pay. Counsel for the defence and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way to the courtroom at once, please. Yeah, poor Gina. Alright then, here we go. It's not... Oh, no, wait. I need some water. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Van Zeeks? One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye. How did I feel when I first played an Ace Attorney game? That's kind of so long ago that I can't really remember. But I had a lot of fun, I think. Well, I must have had fun, because I keep playing them. I remember my first Ace Attorney game was lent to me by a friend who was like, "You should play this because you will enjoy it." And that friend was right. 2nd of November, 9:20 AM, the Old Bailey courtroom. It's so weird seeing the jury bench unfilled. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct the fair and just trial of the defendant Barak Van Zeeks. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin? The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Oh, Kazuma-sama! I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long, it feels. But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today, we must uncover the truth behind this scourge. In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder. The truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial, with no members of the public present. So why did Lord Strongheart say that there would be a lot to learn from the public gallery? There's no public gallery. I've played some of the Professor Layton games as well, they're fun. I like puzzles. By Her Majesty's direct orders. Ooh. Queen Victoria herself, huh? How will that work, my lord? The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the juror's bench shall remain vacant today. Can we cross-examine the judge then instead of the jury? If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord? They are members of the judiciary, here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial. So Lord Strongheart is in the public gallery, and that's why he said there was going to be a lot to learn from the public gallery. Okay. How do I get my live set up to not rewind? There's a little toggle before you start the stream that as to whether to allow that or not. Which I prefer to keep on because otherwise people could drop behind by accident. Just because of buffering and things. Oh yeah, I think the toggle is like enable DVR or something like that. Yeah, then I'd get replies for things from minutes ago, exactly. This way everyone's up to speed with what's currently going on and can interact in real time. Because I know I've accidentally ended up like a minute or so behind on streams I've been watching, and that's a bit of a pain. Yeah, maybe it isn't an option on the phone. I've never done a live stream from my phone, so I wouldn't know. It's also possible it's only available for if you're scheduling a stream in advance, maybe? I don't know. Members of the judiciary. Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already. There is, of course, another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Yeah, to get revenge on the man who caused his father's death. Yes, I know. Kazuma. Very well. Let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please. Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on the 1st of November, just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street in the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property. Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson. A name known very well indeed to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago. You don't think Kazuma shot Gregson, do you? Like, as revenge for finding the evidence that led to his father's conviction? Professor Case. Yeah, I don't think so, but it's a possibility. How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot, and have all reported the same time. Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There were a number of witnesses. I have here a plan of the room. The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly. Hey, I was right when I said that one way to make the bullet angle upwards would be to, you know, jab the gun in under his ribcage from close range. Because that would get the angle right. Just shove it up under the ribcage. Aim it at the heart. Ever thought about being a detective? I'm pretty sure real cases aren't quite so cut and dry as this. But I will happily be a video game detective. Because that is something I enjoy. How's the range been determined? There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. I don't have all the scientific knowledge. I mean, I had friends who studied forensics, but I haven't studied forensics. Well, not forensics in general, just... I had friends who were studying forensic archaeology. Who, may have taught me how to bury a body so that no one will find it. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range. I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel. The autopsy report has been entered into the court record. Inspector Gregson's autopsy report stating that death was instant, resulting from a bullet shot at close range. I mean, like, it's a lot of effort to bury a body in a way that it's very difficult to find, so... Yeah, but I believe the forensic archaeology students had a plot of land somewhere where they did experiments on that sort of thing. With like meat and things. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim. And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord, not conclusively. Yeah, exactly. Gruesome but interesting. Like, I'm not sure I'd have wanted to directly study it myself, but it was interesting enough hearing my friends tell me about it. Bravo, Kazuma-sama. I'm not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven. Isn't that something... A body farm? That does sound like the name of the place in question, yes. Now that you remind me, I think that's what they called it. But obviously this one was not in America. Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There is a candelabrum mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile. Oh, we noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right. Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please. As you wish, my lord. The crime scene floor plan has been entered into the court record. A plan of the small room in the building of flats on Fresno Street where the body of the victim, Inspector Gregson, was found. And I'm going to actually have a look at the pieces of evidence we just got. So the autopsy report. Coroner Mariah Gorey. Her surname is Gory. That's... oh dear. Victim. Name Tobias Gregson. Male. Age 45. Nationality British. Time of death. They don't have a time of death on him? They seem to be missing the time of death. Cause of death. Victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks at point of entry. The bullet exited the body from behind. Additional observations. The caliber of the gun used matches that of standard issue firearms for members of the judiciary. Oh wait, was there another page? No, it's just 2 pages. And this is our map. Yeah, that's pretty accurate to how I remember the crime scene being. Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode? No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone. But there is precious little furniture inside, and it is generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or other. When a policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside holding the revolver. Ooh! Ooh! They found Van Zieks holding the revolver? Oh no. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. So, the details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. A name, please, counsel? Naturally, the accused himself. We've got to cross-examine Van Zieks first. But Lord Van Zieks? As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth. Very well. Let the defendant take the witness stand. So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Barak von Zeeks, Old Bailey prosecutor. I presume, Lord Van Zeeks, that you heard Prosecutor Asogi's opening précis. I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question. And what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth. I must say, Lord Van Zeeks, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. But since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it. Your formal testimony then, witness. Witness testimony. The facts of the incident. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. So... Van Zeeks, how are you explaining how the person who killed Gregson got away? Unless you're suggesting that Gregson shot himself. That testimony was the whole truth? It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants. And moments later a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right, you haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asogi. It would appear to be a singular tale indeed. Singular isn't the word, it's laughable. What's got into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all. Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Right, let's press Van Zeeks on all things. All things. Because why were you investigating Gregson? You were investigating the inspector? What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Maybe Van Zeeks also thought that Gregson could be the Reaper. Sorry? I've identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in a case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. Is the court to understand, then, that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene? No. I was privy to his movements in advance. I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. Okay, so someone called Gregson to that place at 5 p.m. And then Van Ziek snooped in his diary and followed him there? You illegally entered the man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offence. As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zieks? I was aware of the possible consequences. So, in summary, you were investigating the victim, and yet you refuse to tell the court why. I didn't realise British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Why did I ever think I could defend this man?
Hold it!
Had you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m. the sun would only just have gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside. Yeah, and that window wasn't bricked up. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Oh, was it boarded shut? I don't think it was completely boarded up, was it? Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was incredibly murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Is that an oil lamp? Huh. I thought that was a teacup. Although, there might have been an oil lamp there. I don't remember. I know there was a picture there. Yes, I remember. And there was an oil lamp on it, as well as the framed photograph. Oh wait. Sorry, I can't remember if I did. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. There we go. Just in case. It does look like a teacup. But I guess that's not really... Well, I don't know. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started toward the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk.
Hold it!
So, who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. But you say it was very dark in there. Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is, I didn't sense another's presence. Then could it be... If you... Naruhodo, if you are going to say, A ninja! I swear. That the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? Oh, all that. I don't think it's possible that it could have originated from outside the room because the gun was inside the room and that, yeah. No, that's out of the question. Oh. Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. This is going from bad to worse. And you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor? Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part. Yeah, that's very careless. You've just heard a gunshot go off. You don't just pick up the gun. Well, I mean, I guess there's cases where you might want to do that. But that's not the point. It's a crime scene. Don't touch things. Presumably, then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands. Did it, though? In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. Because the firearm he picked up, if it had just been used, it would have been warm. I guess. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder. That was right. So basically, the gun that actually got fired, we don't have. We only have the gun that was planted. Which might indeed be Van Zieks' gun. But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired? Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that.
Hold it!
A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume? That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard the gunshot. And without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. How did they know which flat it was that the gun went off in? Like, can you really pinpoint that? If it's in literally a block of flats, it could easily be like one flat off of where you think it is. Oh, whoops, I forgot to read that line. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process. But you're supposed to be the Reaper. The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? Probably because the lights went onto it. Give me a second, let's get that diagram up. No, actually. This door opening here... Unless it, like, opened all the way back... Although actually, if they entered with some force, I guess it could have flung all the way back and then light could have got on the body. Which, you know, explains why when Van Zieks opened this door, because he would have opened it carefully and opened it a little bit, he wouldn't have seen here. But anyone throwing this door open with some violence, it would bounce. This is me assuming that the door opens into the room. But, you know. I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly, there it was. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more. I see. After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson. Most curious circumstances indeed. How the inspector was killed, or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea.
Objection!
Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Barak von Zieks, is lying on multiple fronts. See you later, Hunter. What is that supposed to mean? Good gracious, counsel. The defendant is lying, you say? In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible. As proven by this candelabrum. How does that prove anything? There's a typo in this line. Pretty sure that should be if rather than it. If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact. One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle. The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length. Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long. We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together. Now, Kazuma. I'm also not sure you could reasonably expect someone living in a decrepit room like that to necessarily have three fresh candles started at the same time. For all you know, two of those could have been almost all the way down and he's added a new one to the top. Like, maybe the person living here can't always afford three candles. Did you think about that, Kazuma? Which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. That must be because that particular candle was extinguished while the others were still burning. Ha! That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still have been burning. Huh? Yes, Kazuma, but even if we're saying that Inspector Gregson was shot while the lights were on, I'm still not confident that he was shot then. Because, like, if you put it together with Van Ziek saying that the body appeared, like, maybe Gregson was shot elsewhere, taken there, placed in that position, and, like, covered with something? And then someone shot a gun, removed the thing covering the body, and escaped. Maybe. Like, we don't know if those candles were alight when Van Ziek entered. I mean, I guess Gregson would have had to be shot then for the candling to ignore me. I mean, this does feel like a frame job. I mean, I don't know. I'm just throwing ideas at the wall at the moment. The victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum. And the accused's claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. And now to the next lie. There's more? The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right. We saw it too. Just to proceed Kazuma here, it's covered in cuttings all about the Reaper's victims, isn't it? Because either Gregson was the Reaper, or he figured out who it was. Or he's been working with whoever it is. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they include a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar. And there is a common thread linking all of the documents on that board. They're all cases that Van Ziek's prosecuted. Indeed. What is this common thread, Counsel? They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Varrock Van Zieks. Look at that smug face on Kazuma right then. He looks so smug. That room was definitely the room the Reaper worked out of, but I don't think the Reaper is actually Van Zieks. In fact, I would say 100% the Reaper isn't Van Zieks. Oh, sorry. 100% the Reaper isn't Baroque Van Zieks. Whether it's another Van Zieks, I can't say. All of them. And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Good Lord! Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today. Which means that none of the documents there involve our writer friend, Van Zieks' professor friend, or Gina. Who are all alive and well. Because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. Ah! Oh no! In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations. Will we have to revisit McGilden? I hope not. I'm already having to do Scottish this case. You really want me to do terrible Irish as well? The Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim to never have been to his own secret hideout. No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards. Backwards? Explain, Counsel. Ah, Casimir, so you're going to posit that Gregson was investigating the Reaper and arrived there while Van Zieks was there, accused him of doing the things, and then Van Zieks shot him to keep him quiet. Is that what you're suggesting? Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. I was right. I almost feel like when I do this, I should be doing the Joseph Joestar thing of your next words are. Welcome back, Hunter. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. What? Order! 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 Very well. I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Barak Van Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it was with deep regret that I must concur with Professor Rasogi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts. All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Casimir's done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case. And it's formidable. Counsel, you will submit the board you just showed to the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence. Thank you, my lord. The notice board has been entered into the court record. You mean the notice board that you couldn't tell me anything about the police reports on? But you're now going to let me pick around it. A freestanding notice board completely covered in notes and articles relating to the victims of the Reaper of the Bailey. And now the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Are these witnesses the witnesses? Yes. The street peddlers. Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question. They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember. Yes. The street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room. Very well, lead the witnesses in. But first I'm going to have a look at that notice board. Oh man, I can't read that from... Ooh, hello. There's a bloody handprint on the back of that. But let's look at the front of it first. And there are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there? This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age, look. Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. Oh, it's the same red-headed league advertisement that Mr. Sholmes had picked out. Why is that on here? And do you remember? There was a red hairpiece at the scene too. Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the Red-Headed League then? If this is all about victims of the Reaper, why is there the newspaper cutting about the Red-Headed League? I wonder. Anyway, there's this bloody handprint on the back of this. Oh, what's this? Mr. Naruhodo, look! Oh, yes, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, it looks just like a handprint. And the colour. That's blood, isn't it? Or maybe like red hair dye or paint, but probably blood. Oh dear, how disturbing. The details of the notice board have been updated in the court record. There is a bloody handprint on the backside. I guess we can't look at that little scratch there. I suppose there's more than one scratch on this wood. Or strawberry jam. I think we'd be able to smell if it was strawberry jam though. The defendant may step down from the witness stand. Certainly, my lord. Little flourishing bow. We like the little flourishing bow. Hey, we know you! One of them's been a juror. So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. I need a voice. Doesn't look Cockney necessarily, but I feel like he should be. Names? We don't use names. Far too fancy for the likes of us. It's like, I think it should be Cockney, but it's not written the same way as Gina's. But it should probably be Cockney. That's where we are, after all. It's gotta be a London accent anyway. We're just free and easy. Sell what we like, live where we want to live. I don't think I like that much. We're just free and easy. Sell what we like, live where we want to live. I give them all a vacant stare as they will walk down Fresno and spin a few words into a verse for them. Ah. Would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street? Hey, everyone calls me Gossip. I sell... Yes, there we go. That's the one. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by, you know? There we go. That seems like a good voice for him. Jaunty little tidbits? Got an absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up your ginnel it is. 6pence is the price and not a penny less. Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now? Oh, come on, sir, don't tell me you're not interested. Try the man. Give him the money and see what it is. Pay the man, counsel. Why do I have to? Alright, 6pence it is. You won't regret it, sir. Now you got your listening ears on. Just between us, a young couple on Slate Street have just had twins. That's not relevant to this case. Is that it? No, that's not it. It's gossip, innit? It wants to spread. But that bit's up to you and your mouth, of course. I got more, you know. Want another juicy one? 6pence a piece it is. If you're curious. I am curious, yes, about what's going on under that fat bottom lip of yours. Namely that unusual bruise or whatever that's poking out from under your collar. Yeah, what's going on there, eh? Did someone try and strangle you? What about the next witness, then? What name do you go by and what do you sell? Me? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids. You're a menace to society, lady! You are a menace to society! Did you just light that match on your butt and light the fireworks in court? 6pence a pop? What do you say? You weren't exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell? Oh, school kids would definitely buy those. Oh yeah, the second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Yeah, that... School kids would definitely buy those. I remember how popular snaps were back in my day. Which, if anyone doesn't know what those are, they're a little... It's like 2 rocks and a bit of, I guess, black powder in a little twist of paper, and you throw them on the ground and they make a bang noise. Those were so popular when I was in school. They're about as effective as those are. And you don't need a match. Especially when I tell them that if they get 100, they could blow up the school. Alright? I think they might need a little more than 100 to blow up the school. Like the entire school. I mean, you could probably set fire to the school with them, but you could equally do that with the match you used to light them. Alright, have a nice nap, Ponza. See you next time. Not the most savoury of ideas, young lady. What do you say then, eh? Want to part with sixpence for a pop? Wait, what? You want me to buy one? Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you could blow up the entire courtroom. That's... 1, not a secret, and 2, probably not accurate, and 3, do you even have 100 of them in that basket? Try the woman. Give her the money and see if she's right. No! I'd have to buy 100 of them to see if she's right, and that's a lot of money. Pay the woman, counsel. All right, I'll buy one. Lovely stuff. Right then, this is something a little bit extra just for you. The Venus Special. Only 600 pence. So that's the same price as 100 of them then. That looks like it could actually do a little bit of damage. 600? It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there? So she, in fact, does not carry 100 of the small ones. But she does carry one large one with 100 times the gunpowder. And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey either. Oh! The Venus Firecracker has been entered into the court record! The Venus Special Firecracker consisting of 100 smaller fireworks at 6 pence each. What sort of a bang could it make? I wonder, does it make the sort of bang that a gun makes? Yeah, the firecracker could have done it. Because wait a second. Is the bullet in the candelabrum though? Yeah, the bullet isn't inside the candelabrum. So yeah, someone could easily have, like, I don't know, thrown the firecracker onto the candle? I don't know. Let's investigate this firecracker. And hello, Xander. Xander, even. Okay, apparently there's nothing to investigate on this. And the last witness. What name do you go by and what do you sell? I'm a thinker, me. Think all sorts of thoughts, I think. Therefore I am. I am, therefore I think. Because I stand there on the street watching the world go on about me, they call me the Observator. Get out of it, old man. Everyone calls you Sandwich and you know it. So you don't actually sell anything? A problem shared is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do, and think what it means. I don't actually sell anything. No, come to think of it. Does that say hot actual hero? Pity. No more purchases today, please. Is Kazuma only saying pity because he can't make me buy a weird thing again? Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems. They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene. I see. And thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose. Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witnessed the crime. Well, I'll be begging, I thought. Just between us. Venus de Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw. What I think is, if all what we see is light and shadow, playing with our eyes, is any of it real? Very well. The court will hear the formal testimony of these three witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident. The witness's account. We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment they were in the building. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang. Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait and go and see what had happened. I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper gun in hand, standing over the dead body. I was scared half to death, me, so I ran off to find a copper. If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Barak van Zieks. I've seen pictures of that Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like. And just between us, folk love stories like this. I've made myself a tidy sum already. But wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. Exactly. All those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied. Oh. But that doesn't mean someone couldn't be inside them shooting people. Just because they're officially unoccupied doesn't mean someone's not squatting in them, for instance. Of course they are! They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot. The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased. And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Hugh Boone. The testimony the court has just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime. No! In fact, actually, yeah. We do need information from these witnesses because we need to know how long Inspector Gregson had been in there. Thank you for your candor, my lord. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses. Yes, my lord. In a closed court like this without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony. Somehow. When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Van Zeeks? I suppose so. Likes of us don't know the names of the Iron Mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. It was the old Reaper that went in last. That's for sure and certain. Just behind Inspector Gregson? Did they arrive at the same time as each other? No, not at all. The first fella must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard the gunshot. The victim arrived 15 minutes before. You sure about that? Am I sure? Am I sure? Does it seem likely that I've forgotten a fellow with bright red hair like that, does it? Ah, yes, the wig, huh? Yeah, his hair really were red, weren't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks, even. That fiery red mop still burnt on the inside of my eyelids, it is. Wait a minute. You're saying the man was a redhead? I mean, I don't think it was Sholmes. Probably. There was a bright red wig. Weren't you listening, chum? Ah, he was a redhead. And he had a big trunk with him as well. But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red. Not by any stretch of the imagination. It seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. Or Inspector Gregson in a red wig. No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. What? Just have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene. Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, all right. And a red hairpiece. Ah! Of course! We saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? I still refuse to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. So then why on earth would he have been wearing something like that? To investigate the Red-Headed League, right? The colour does seem to suit the man, one might say. No, it doesn't, Judge. It doesn't suit him at all. The photograph will be submitted as evidence, please, counsel. The photograph of the victim has been entered into the court record. Photographic print of the victim, Inspector Gregson. His body appears to be tightly curled up, and there's a red headpiece on his head. Let's have a look at that. That's a lot of blood. A lot of blood. Red headpiece. Wait. Wait. They saw someone going into the flat with red hair and a large trunk. Now, how large was this trunk, and was it large enough to transport a body? Because, like, a guy could have gone in wearing this wig with Inspector Gregson in a trunk and set it all up, taken off the red headpiece, put it on Inspector Gregson's head really badly, and then got away. Right? Once again, throwing stuff at the walls and seeing if anything sticks. And what became of the trunk the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. Yeah. So someone dumped Inspector Gregson's body, dumped the wig, and went off somewhere else. So it just disappeared. What? Do you expect us to have been watching the building every second, do you? Wait a second, I need to check something. I wonder if the policeman figurine is a key to the trunk, but also there's no way this could have been folded out from being a trunk. No, okay. Just check it. We definitely saw him in the dock going in though. No question about that.
Hold it!
By which presumably you mean the gunshot? I sell these little things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? But I've always thought it probably sounds a bit like this, doesn't it? So the bang might not have been a gunshot in the first place. Except that actually we know Gregson was killed with a gun. But I'm still not confident he was killed there. Or then. Of course it sounds a bit like that, yeah, right? They both work off gunpowder. So, yeah, it's the same kind of explosion, isn't it? And you say that you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here enter the building. That's right, it was almost straight away. Bang it went, just like that. Well, he's the Reaper, ain't he? It's what the French call a I don't know how to say that, sir. Fait accompli, maybe? I don't know if I'm supposed to pronounce the T. I can't do French. When the Reaper's around, people are going to the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it? I think we get the message. The Reaper couldn't allow the Inspector to live after he'd discovered his secret hideout. There can be no clearer motive for the crime. Well, yeah, but you still haven't proved that my client here is actually the Reaper. Yes. It's certainly an eminently credible motive. Great! And at that point you ran inside, is that correct? Something you accept before you even hear about it. Ah. Second, I need to go get some more water. I will be right back. have returned. Let's press
Hold
this
it.
next statement. So when Gossip ran to see what had happened, did you go too? Well, me, I'm a bit hampered, you see. All the signs of that that I can't move that I can't move very well. You were away behind, presumably, with that sandwich board around your neck and that big sign in your hand. What a great burden you bear. I mean, it's a job, isn't it, narrator-son? Being paid to advertise things. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible you and I have met before? Yes, he's been a juror before. Not anyone, me. The signs are what make me who I am now. I sign, therefore I am. Yeah, I also wouldn't really like it as a job, because you've got to stand in one spot all day, don't you? And it looks like he's freezing. So you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago, then? Oh, it was the omnibus driver! Oh yeah, he was. I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I agree. He's clearly been through a lot. Turn down King Henry Street and the Black Widower's Arms is just there. Oh dear, you've made him hide behind his sign. Life is full of surprises.
Hold it!
So then you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right? That I was! Kicked the door open like a professional, I did, and yelled out, "What's going off here?" Lord Van Seeks claims all he heard was a man's scream, though. And it was dark inside the room? Sorry, was it dark inside the room? No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall. Really? And there was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us. It's the first thing I noticed when I got inside. Ah, I see. Even though Lord Van Seeks claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall. Next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body. The accused Barak Van Zeeks. That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no lily-livered coward. I stood my ground and gave that Reaper a cold hard stare myself. Someone doesn't think you did that, sir, but I'm just going to go through what he's, the rest of what he's saying, and then I'll come back and pursue that in a sec. Just because I want to see what else he has to say for himself. And was there anyone else in the room at the time? Nah, of course not. Not at first. But then this old stiff came waddling along behind me, of course, only him, mind. I can't handle stairs so well, as you can imagine. Especially on the way up. Oh yeah, your sandwich board would bounce off the stairs, wouldn't it? And you couldn't have just failed to see someone? It was a bit dingy in there, I'll grant you. But there was the candles on the wall and the lamp on the table. There was nowhere anyone could have been hiding, you mark my eyes. Wait, I just thought. And you probably got this earlier, Nick, when you were suggesting that the firework did the candle damage. The firework could easily have, like, blown up that one candle and lit the other two at the same time, right? So, like, it's entirely possible that the candles weren't alight when Van Zieks entered the room. It could have been made alight. I don't know. Right. Anyway, let's press this and go and do the pursuit. Right. Right, you have thoughts about that, do you, Mr. Sandwich? Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am. Just 2 slices with no middle. So I don't know what you could want with me. I think that maybe you just remembered something? Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean. What I think is, we're all nothings, really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers. That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich. When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean on his backside. That's it? Oh, you rotten beggar! I told you to keep that a secret! He screamed, he did. So screamed and scrambled off on all fours. That's all I wanted to say. Mr. Gossip, is this true? The floor was dead slippery, that's why. Planted my hand in a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck. Did you now? Wonder if your hand matches that bloody handprint on the back of the notice board. What? A pool of blood? Well, listen here. Even when I was sprawled on the floor, I still kept giving that Reaper a cold hard stare. Don't you forget it. Doesn't look a whole lot like someone shoved their hand in that pool of blood, though. You'd expect there to be a bit of a smear or like droplets or something if someone had accidentally stuck their hand in it. Let's just go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand? I did. Happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? So we're scared, so I slipped over. We can keep it just between us, can't we? No, Mr. Gossip, I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony. Oh, if I must? The witness will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once. I slipped over and got blood on my hand, so I quickly wiped it off on the floor. Did you now?
Hold it!
You wiped your hand on the floor? Well, he wants blood on his hand, eh? Horrible stuff. And they might have thought I did it. No, they might have thought I'd done it. There's no tar. And you didn't think that might be a problem? Does it really matter if I left a few grubby handprints on the floor? They'll get cleaned up in the end, won't they? Don't make such a fuss. That's the message from all of us. It's a good thing for this guy that fingerprinting isn't a big thing right now. Because he'd be like the next suspect down with his fingerprints and blood on the scene. Is something wrong, counsel? No, my lord. I didn't remember anything in the report about a bloody handprint on the floor, that's all. That's because the bloody handprint wasn't on the floor. Don't come at me with all that. You can't intimidate me. I know what I did. I wiped it off. On the floor. The blood. I wonder, could that be what happened? Mr. Naruhodo? I don't have all the answers yet. But I think we may have just uncovered a vital clue. And yeah, we can present something. But I am gonna press the last statement of this thing before I go into that. Because we've still got Venus's last line.
Hold it!
So you didn't run into the room with your friends? Yeah, could that board have been on the floor at the time? Yeah, I think so. I'm not that sort of girl. Sorry? I'm a timid little thing, me. I was too scared to go in there. You didn't seem all that timid, actually, but you know. Alright, I see. Old Lippy and the witch went in there, and then I heard a sort of old lady scream. Well, that wasn't me, I swear. If I were a gentleman, I'd stake my honour on it. I wonder what on earth was going on. Which is why you went to find a policeman. And then right into a copper as soon as I turned the corner. So I brought him straight back to the place. Didn't I do well, eh? Just between us, that copper's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw the Reaper. I've never felt more uncomfortable in all my life. And the defendant was arrested on the spot, I believe. Considering the catalogue of killings the Reaper had carried out, it was a particularly inauspicious end. If I can't find any holes in this testimony, I'm afraid the judge will give a ruling of guilty, Mr. Naruhodo. The truth is, though, their combined testimony is fairly damning. Unfortunately, there don't seem to be any obvious problems with their statements, do there? Still, if Lord Van Zeeks really is innocent, then I'm almost certain that we'll find something in there that doesn't quite add up. You don't think that one of those three could be the true culprit, do you? No, actually, I don't think so. I don't think any one of those three could be. I think they're all pretty inept. I don't know, but what I do know is that there's more to this case than that is yet to be brought to light. Anyway. Right, the thing... This one. Present the notice board.
Objection!
So you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that? Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter? Yes.
Objection!
The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting? That apparently your investigators didn't check everything, and I found this bloody paw print myself. If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint in blood left very clearly at the scene. On the back of this notice board. That does rather look like floorboards if you lie it down. Oh, yes, indeed. Indisputably a handprint in the distinctive colour of blood. Ah, you're dead right. That's my right hand. I'd know it anywhere.
Objection!
The witness very definitely testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Yeah, and I would really like to know how he was so certain it was the floor, because I mean, if this there we go, if this notice board is face down, look at all the pins sticking out of it. That's not lying flat on the floor, even if it is face down. Unless the pins weren't in it, which would mean that all of the articles were added later. But like that doesn't lie. That doesn't lie flat and not move. If you're putting your hand on it to wipe it, that's gonna move. If it's in the condition it is now. I don't know. I'm suspicious. I'm suspicious that someone set this up. I don't know. I don't think someone would have had time to set it up, though. I don't know. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant.
Objection!
Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. Yeah, which is weird. That is weird. That is very weird. Because that notice board is a long way away from... So here's the thing. Here's the thing. If Mr. Gossip has just opened that door and seen the Reaper and screamed and fallen flat on his ass, he shouldn't be anywhere near the body and the pool of blood in the first place. Although then again, he could have fallen flat on his ass and sort of scuttled backwards and then put his hand in the blood there. But then, yeah, it makes no sense for him to have put it on the notice board. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim and in an upright position. Even if it had somehow been toppled and was laying on the floor at the time, it would have been a considerable distance from the body. I fell over when I came across the body, so I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room. In other words, the defence's assertion is contradictory. That's because the evidence is contradictory. Yes, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason. I take it you've formulated a proper hypothesis, Counsel, regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and his hand and the handprint found at the scene. Yes, something got moved. I have, my lord. The discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by another handprint, the board moving, or false testimonies. The board moving. That's the most obvious option here. It's the simplest explanation. Well, aside from the dude's lying, but there's no way to prove that, so let's go with the board moving. The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down. Good gracious, so it is! If the witness had put his hand against the board, the fingers should have been pointing upwards. What does that tell us? It possibly tells us that the dude with the bloody handprint moved the board, but then again, that's a weird way to put your hand around if you're moving the board. What does that tell us? It tells one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor, as I previously suggested. Which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What?
Objection!
You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting? Then tell the court who. Well. The true culprit? These guys? Van Zeeks? The police? One of those? I don't know that yet. But the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point. And that would be the position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord. So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. Oh no, you're gonna make me figure it out. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated? Okay, so it has to have been near the pool of blood. The pool of blood is here. If this guy came in, saw the stuff, fell over, put his hand in that. It's like either here or like here. So You know how I said that, I have an idea. Right, so. You know that I said that when Van Zieks entered the room, there must have been something concealing the body from him? So that means that this here notice board was here. And then it got knocked over onto the floor here. Which means the people coming in afterwards could clearly see the corpse and also put their hand on it. Actually, sorry, it was here. It was sat up here. No, wait. I can't get it quite right based on the with the handprint. Right, so the handprint is upside down and it's on the top of it. Which means that... Yeah, it is sort of... It doesn't quite work, but... The board could also have been covering the candelabra from where Van Zieks was. I wonder... Just a second. Let's turn that on its face again. Okay, you... No. Those pins aren't large enough to conceal someone underneath the board. I'm not sure if the handprint's in the right position for where I think this should be, but, you know. It's about there.
Take that!
This is the only possible location. Oh. Oh. That works. Because then... yes. When Gossip knocks the door open, it knocks the board over. Thus revealing the scene. But that sort of means that Gossip went over the top of it to get his hand in the blood, which is a bit weird, but we'll go with it. But yeah, so someone carefully opening that door wouldn't knock that notice board over. And someone carefully opening that door and then closing it wouldn't see the body. But someone knocking the door open would definitely knock that board over. Right, anyway. Immediately adjacent to the doorway. So okay, the true culprit didn't, like, knock it over themselves then. So yeah. So yeah, okay. The actual culprit didn't have to be in the room when Van Zieks arrived. Because they could quite easily set up the scene in advance with the candles and the fireworks, so it's on a delayed detonation. So that the fireworks are set to go off when the candles get to a certain point to set them off. And you know, he's already killed the inspector and dumped him there and set up the entire scene to make it look like this is the Reaper's lair. So, you know, in fact, they didn't even have to know that Van Zieks was going to be there to set him up, really. It feels like it's just Van Zieks' bad luck that he followed Inspector Gregson there, and was therefore caught red-handed rather than by, like, circumstantial evidence. Yeah. If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body. Bayek! If the notice board had been there, the body would have been completely hidden from view. And the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker.
Objection!
But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. Yeah, because once the door crashed open, suddenly he'd have been able to see it, because it would have toppled the board over. That's true, or in his precise words, just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. Because it was me that kicked the door open. If you look again at the floor plan, considering what would happen if the door to the room was thrown open with force... Yeah, exactly what I said! That can't... The door struck the notice board, knocking it over, and making the victim's body visible. Good gracious! My client just told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. Yeah. Order! Order! Counsel, how has this not come to light before now? Because someone moved the bloody board. Literally bloody. As well as figuratively. So yeah. Just calling my... So my interpretation of the events of this murder is that Inspector Gregson was killed sometime before, which, you know, is why we don't have a time of death on that autopsy report, because they're not sure. So Inspector Gregson was killed at some point beforehand, or yeah, killed at some point beforehand. Then a person wearing a bright red wig carted his body up there in a trunk about 15 minutes before Van Zieks arrived, set all of this up, then took his red wig off, put it on Gregson's head, and just left. And like, because with hair that bright red, everyone's going to notice him going in, but not everyone's going to notice him coming out when he doesn't have it. Yeah, it would have been a heavy trunk, but yeah, he set that all up so that it would happen while he wasn't there, and just left. After the incident, someone must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when investigating the room. So yeah, it's possible that the actual culprit just went and hid in one of the other flats, and then when they were... And then while everyone was gone, just carefully moved it. We are looking for a trunk with traces of blood in it. Yeah, that's what we need. I mean, we definitely need the trunk in general. That is something we need. Witness, what have you to say for yourself? What? Me, my lord? But I mean, the only... I am going to say the only thing stopping my theory about Gregson being killed elsewhere from working is that rather large pool of blood. Because I'm not so sure that would have worked. I don't know. You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board. The witnesses in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Stop looking over your glasses at me. I'll get the message. Yeah, maybe he was just clinging on to life for an instant. I mean, he would still have been bleeding, though. I mean, he could have been knocked out in the trunk. Actually, wait. Yeah, he could have been unconscious in the trunk, brought there, and then shot, and then the scene set up. Because I feel like if you're shoving the gun, like, directly into a person, it's gonna block a little bit of the sound. It's gonna be a little bit like a silencer, maybe? I don't know. I don't know anything about guns. But I do feel it would silence a little bit of the sound if you've got, like, the muzzle shoved into someone. Wait, we need to check what sort of gun that is. Like, yeah, whereabouts on a gun does the sound come from? I don't know. Yeah, I do remember hearing the thing about the pillows as a poor man's silencer sort of thing. So that's where I was working from. Hey, wait, have we not looked at this? So this is the type of revolver that's standard issue for members of the judiciary, then? Yes, and when I asked about whether records are kept about who they're issued to, I was told that for the past 5 years, they've been engraved with a unique serial number. Oh, so we can identify whose gun it is. Oh, but as far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun. Oh, because it was issued 10 years ago. So we can't actually identify for sure whether a gun is Van Zeke's anyway. Which tells us it must have been issued longer ago than that. Okay. I don't know. The mystery of the moving board. I don't know anything about that there notice board. I just wiped my hand on it, that's all. Well, don't look at me. I haven't a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time. I thought you'd gone off to get the police. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life. It was the Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored. Yeah, but a different kind of bored. I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot. Yeah, doubt. So none of you can elaborate further. Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see, we can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened. That's right, yeah. It don't pay to expect too much. Why did I go into that accent? It's man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world. That's what I think. Do you? Really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by someone following the incident, it makes no difference. It makes all the difference in the world, Kazuma! When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. Well, yeah. And also, it wasn't a gunshot. Not then. It was a firework. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Barak Van Zieks. Hey Kazuma, do we have the bullet? Because if we have the bullet, we can run ballistics with the gun that we have and find out if it's the same gun. Because that's the thing you can do. They probably don't know how to do it at this point. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Barak Van Zieks. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact. It does. Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances? Yeah, of course. Most certainly, my lord. Very well, then you may proceed, counsel.
Hold it!
So you admit it was the board? It was the board you wiped your bloody hand on? Admit it? What's to admit? It's there plain as day for all to see. A smashing print of my right hand. Perhaps you wanted to hide that handprint? So you righted the notice board and pushed it into the corner, did you? That's possible. No, imagine the weight of that great lump. Do I look like a powerful and well-nurtured man? Well, did you see anyone else moving the board? I got nerves of steel, I can tell you, but even I have my limits. There was a body on the floor in front of me and the Grim Reaper himself standing over it. And there was precious little light inside either. My bottom lip was all a quiver. In other words, this witness is unable to give definite testimony on that point. Yes, so it would seem.
Hold it!
When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks? Yeah, what else? There's the Priory School just round the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow their school to Kingdom Come. So I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know what they're up to. Oh, you have? Yeah, I wouldn't want anyone to get hurt. So I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. There, then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, see? Well, that's quite the businesswoman there. What a racket. Of course. And sometimes teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. It's a busy old life selling explosives. Venus is a guileful goddess indeed. Well, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. I'm ever so good at it. I'll come back and do that pursuit in a sec. Scary. The important point is you didn't go inside the room where the inspector was killed, isn't that right? Definitely not. Wouldn't have dreamed of it, would I? Alright, let's go back to that so we can pursue the thing about her being a liar.
Hold it! Excuse me.
Yeah, I don't trust her. Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich? If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it? No. Did Miss Venus's statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts. Let's just say there was a great liar. And that great liar said, without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Would those words of hers be a lie too? Or the truth? In which case, she's not a liar. Hey, she only said she was good at lying. She didn't say that she only lies. There's a difference. Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one. Don't you think? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, are you? He's sort of looking over in her direction. What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set them off. That'll give you something to tremble about. You have a startlingly disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady. So Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich? Well, if it means I'm be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Can you elaborate, please, sir? Old Blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshot seemed to have come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him too. That's right, that rotten liar over there. Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all? What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I? Yes, you mentioned it. Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch? So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief. Well, now you but come to mention it. I suppose perhaps I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yes. She sounds a good businesswoman going through her stairs talk. I mean, maybe she's not just a good businesswoman. Maybe she's just an arsonist. Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurous act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth. Oh, yes, my lord, of course. Maybe I did sneak along behind gossip and have a little peek in the room where it all happened.
Hold it!
You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus? Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I'd take everything I say with a big pinch of salt. Alright, but you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you? Oh, please! As if I would! I can't think of anything more terrifying. The truth, please. Well, alright, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know. Did you touch anything at the scene? Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor. The truth, please. All right, just a bit then. I had a look to see if there was anything I could sell. So I did give the place a once over, but it was nothing to write home about. I mean, she clearly touched everything if she was looking for things to sell. Right, now I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you? Oh, please! As if I would touch anything like that! Just a few bits of loose change is all I had. The truth, please. Well, alright then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flipping thing. Sorry, flipped the blasted thing. You're telling us that you did move that board? I think that did slip out, didn't it? What? Yeah, you daft barn pot! I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think. So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps, to sell? Oh, please, I should be so lucky. In my imagination, the truth now. I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. But a bit of junk like this can't be worth much if you ask. Ah! Oh, Gina. So it was you, was it? You're the one what took it. Ah, it's the inspectors then, is it? Gina? Young lady, may I remind you where you are? Watch! Now watch there! That was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case he solved 10 years ago. The Professor case, no doubt. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. I see. I swiped it off him once and blimey was he upset. He gave me a right earful. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. Possibly not the best thing to go diving for then. It's not all that though. I took it to Jabez's that night to ask how much it were worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it, says it wasn't working. Knocked about and worthless, he called it. Knocked about and worthless, you say? Not working, you say? Something tells me we're gonna get a time of death out of this. Like maybe it fell on the floor and broke. It's exactly the time the detective was killed. Yeah, I knew I should have lifted it. That watch must be submitted as evidence at once. Oh, please, just so long as you promise to give it back when you're done. It's not yours. Not a chance. I'll swipe it from you if you try and get your grubby mitts on it again. That's enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith. Now, children, watch your manners. Good Lord! The glass appears to be broken. Ah, yeah, that definitely happened when he died, didn't it? More than likely it shattered when the inspector was shot. Which is how we're going to find out that the shooting didn't happen at the time we thought it did. It doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jabez didn't want it. What a waste, eh? Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5. Exactly when the gunshot was heard, then. Darn. Ah, I was so hoping it was going to be before then. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course. Unless it broke the day before. Makes you wish for more karaoke. Maybe you'll get your wish soon. Maybe. Maybe. Gregson's pocket watch has been entered into the court record. Inspector Gregson's pocket watch that he wound without fail every single day. It is no longer ticking and the glass over the face is cracked. I want to look at that. Where's the winder? Is the winder the policeman key? The glass over the face really is badly cracked, look. What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. I imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you? Yes, I should think so. He's very adept at things like this. A useful man to have around, in fact. I kinda remember he's a great detective, Mr. Naruhodo. Not an odd job man. I don't know, I think if we paid him, he'd do it. But like, isn't this where the winder should be? And it seems to be missing. There's a tiny little stub sticking out from the small hole here, look. suppose there must have been a little knob or something on that for setting the time. In that case, seeing as we know the inspector took such good care of his watch, it probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it? Yes, of course! Which could mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene, maybe. Maybe. Ah, there's a tiny little keyhole here, can't you see? Oh yes, that's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. Looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yes, you'd need just the right key to wind it, I imagine. Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key that's about the right size to fit in this hole. It would be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully over what we've already found. Right, where's a little key? Turn the head. Miss Susato, do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch? Oh, yes, it could be. Let's try it at once, there's not a moment to lose. Because it could be that this mechanism works perfectly fine and it just hasn't been wound. Yep. So it only stopped at 5 because that's when it stopped. I knew it, a perfect fit. And look! The inspector's watch has started going again! Ha! So it had obviously not been wound up, that's all. What is it, Miss Susato? Yeah, if he winds it up when he's eating his dinner, then I guess it only lasts like a day, maybe? I don't know. Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications. She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I'd better start thinking deeply too. The details of Gregson's pocket watch have been updated in the court record. Inspector Gregson's pocket watch that he wound without fail every single day. Having wound it up, it started ticking again. Right, anyway. Well, it would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at least. And as predicted, it had very little bearing on the case. Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please, counsel. I will.
Hold it!
But you did go to see what had happened in the room, didn't you? Fresno Street is my whole world. It's all I know. And I know all of it. I have to make it my business to know if I want to hold my sign up high. So you did go to see what had happened. It's not the destination that's important, it's how you get there, isn't it? Did you notice the notice board in the room? If you think about it, we're both the same species, aren't we? Both different members of the sign family. So if I'd spotted it, I might have tried to strip it up out of a sense of rivalry, I admit. Someone really needs to tell you that you're Homo sapiens, not Homo sinians. Does that mean that you didn't notice the board? I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life. In which case, just who was responsible for moving the notice board?
Hold it!
What exactly do you mean by that? Oh, come on now, don't tell us you're not noticed. He looks like he hates everything in the world, that fella. But not notice boards. They're the one thing he likes. You can see it in his eyes. I can't say I'd ever noticed. Badumtish. I'll tell you one thing for free, though. I never took my eyes off that man on the floor. Or off the Reaper. Not for a second. Were you actually capable of looking at them both at the same time? Sorry? Well, I was that scared I couldn't. You never know what a thing like that might do if you look away, do you? If you didn't take your eyes off the defendant, you should be able to confirm categorically whether or not he was the one who moved the notice board. Aye, that I can. The Reaper did nothing of the sort, I can swear to that. I couldn't have missed it if he'd heaved the thing upright again and dragged it into the corner. Right, glad we cleared that up. What happened to the face that screams bored? I feel your pain, Kazuma.
Hold it!
It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon that you all heard the loud bang, wasn't it? Maybe the notice board fell over, or maybe it didn't. Maybe I fell over, or maybe I didn't. But the Reaper's fate is sealed either way, because of the gunshot we all heard. So your fate's sealed too. My fate? That's right, the defense is fated to lose. And the prosecution to win. In other words, it all hinges on that single gunshot. So if I could just find some problem with that part of their story, it may be possible to change all our fates. Of course, none of that changes the fact that I heard what I heard, does it? I think we need to present the now working pocket watch on that last statement. Not much to go on. As you pointed out, Mr. Naruhodo, there's no question that the notice board was moved, so somebody must have done it. But it did happen after the event, so maybe Kazuma is right and it's not relevant to the case. But it seems to have been deliberately positioned as to hide the body from view. So I feel sure that there's some deeper significance to all of this. Yes, I know what you mean. I've no doubt there are more clues to be uncovered. You're on the right track, I can feel it. So follow your instincts. Alright then. Right. I mean, we've established that the lion moved this, I think. So it's actually, we've already done that bit, but... This...
Objection!
Please let this work. I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Oh? At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key? And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. What? Order, order, order! But counsel! The watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock. Yeah, which is just when we heard the gunshot. It is, exactly the hour. The time that we're showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. Yeah, I doubt they heard a gunshot. That's the thing, Kazuma. So that's obviously when this crime was committed.
Objection!
No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail while he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day, in the evening. Yeah, because I do object to calling 5 o'clock afternoon. It's definitely evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well. Yes, that would be entirely reasonable. But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day. Ah, so Naruhodo-san is implying that the detective has been dead for a while. But he can't have been dead for that long if the blood was still liquidy enough to end up on someone's hand. Oh, aye! Well, how do you explain that? In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can't mean! What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead. Order! Order! Counsel, that is a most extraordinary claim. And it fits with one of my theories. So yeah, I'm going back to the dead body in a trunk version of events, in which the inspector was shot elsewhere. Still not sure about the pool of blood in that case, though. Unless maybe the trunk contained the inspector and, like, a bag of blood.
Objection!
Yeah, also if he's stuck in a trunk, you also can't wind it, that's true. Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before. Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? Well, Scotland Yard's coroner seems to have overlooked putting a time of death on the autopsy report, so... On that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted. That's right. Wait a minute, you're forgetting that my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in. What do you mean? Like I said, I planted my hand in a dirty great puddle of blood. Yes, so the victim's blood hadn't dried, it was fresh. He catches on fast, doesn't he?
Objection.
But that blood could be explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the victim's body. After he... There we go. Ah! Wait, sorry, I didn't actually read the thing. Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available in every street corner? No. I mean, that's the point. The trunk... The body could have been... He could have been killed there and then. The trunk could have been full of, like, I don't know, chickens or something. To get some fresh blood from. Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human. The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities. So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. Hey, look at that! I came to the same conclusion. On what kind of animal? It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all.
Objection.
But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, isn't it beyond the realm? It isn't beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all. Oh, please, what are you trying to say? I just want to know what we heard, and it was a loud bang that came from that there room. That still doesn't make it a gunshot, does it? Hey, that's that whip. Now, you listen to me. A street seller's ears are his livelihood. I don't doubt your ears, sir. But all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise. Yeah? Explain yourself then, counsel. A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with... this.
Take that!
Well, the culprit could have used something like this, for example. Oh, really? A demonstration is in order, then, I feel. What? Yes, please. Show the court how you could use that to create a noise like a gunshot. We're waiting, counsel. I may have been mistaken. Wait, did I select the wrong thing? It looks like you've been making a lot of noise yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. Wait, did I just select the wrong thing by accident? Kisma's got a devastating way with words in English, too. I realise it may be difficult to retract what you said and present some different evidence, but perhaps... Yes, I was thinking the same thing myself. That's because I'm convinced there's some evidence that could produce a similar noise. Explain yourself then, counsel. A noise that sounded... Okay, so let's go back through what we... Did I just have the wrong thing selected? Was I just an idiot and had the wrong thing selected? It's gotta be this, right? We don't have anything else here that can make a noise like a gunshot except the actual gun. Or possibly the exploding candle. Possibly the exploding candle. Yeah, it's gotta be the firecracker. Okay, I've definitely got the firecracker selected this time, right? Present.
Take that!
Why is it not the firecracker? Alright then. The candelabrum.
Take that!
No, that's exactly the same. Okay, I am gonna have to look at a guide. Because it doesn't make sense. Right. Oh, okay. There was something on here that we could investigate when I got it out and I turned it around and couldn't find anything to look at. Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruhodo? You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks. Sorry, it's just that it's the Venus special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like. Shall we find out? What? But she said it could blow up the courtroom. Alright, that was a fairly sizable bang. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. Sounded almost exactly like... There we go. It goes off like a gunshot. It's been updated. It goes off like a gunshot. And now I can present it. Right. See, I was expecting they'd make me show them then and there. Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot. Good gracious, the very fireworks that are sold by the witness. Now hold on a minute. Are you saying I didn't? My pretty little firecrackers only make a pop anyway, see? Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. Yeah! You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks off at the scene. I'm suggesting that someone knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for those peddlers on Fresno Street to hear.
Objection!
But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Barak von Zeeks. One whiff of a match and the firecrackers go pop. See? That's why people like them. Yeah, we were right, but game modes wasn't far enough along, and that is sometimes a problem in Ace Attorney. I fear for your fingers, young lady.
Objection.
Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learnt of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb. Good heavens, a bomb? Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. No, wait. It's the whenever you like part that's important. A timed device. I mean, I think it's not quite so complicated as that, but more that, just a second. Let's look at that candelabrum again. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, like, the firework was stuck in the top of this one, and this one wasn't it wasn't lit. And then when the flames on this one got down far enough to be at the same level as the fuse, it set it off. Yes, exactly, a timed device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left. Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, Counsel. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a timed device was employed to create a gunshot sound? I'm just gonna save because we're running out of lives. I want to present the candelabrum.
Take that!
As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in the candelabrum has been blown off. Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet which presumably passed through the victim. I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible? Why? Because there wasn't any blood on it? Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. There are? Goodness, yes! But is it not the case that there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound? Yeah, but that's because he was a lot closer to the gun. That's right, there was, but as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at very close range, a matter of centimetres from the gun. Ah! Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks? How can that be, eh? The fact that there's such visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle and firecrackers were joined together. Yeah, like that. The culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other two, until eventually it ignited the fuse of the firecrackers, igniting a loud bang. And that is how these three witnesses came to believe they'd heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. What a plot. And this implies that the victim could have died earlier than we've been led to believe. The previous day, even. Now, just hold your horses. All us lot here saw the victim going into the building, remember? I couldn't forget that flame-coloured hair, even if I wanted to. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Ah! Obviously, anyone can wear a wig. Anybody can wear a wig. So the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely, wearing the red hairpiece. Someone else? Do you mean to say? It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma? I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also noted the lack of time of death in this report, a stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. Order, order, order! Prosecutor Asogi. What on earth do you mean by that statement? I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today. So we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defence's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopped watch is just conjecture. But, while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it. Well, certainly I would agree with you. And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing and where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard. Even within the Yard? However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my learned friend? I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating. Yes, I agree. Surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. Yeah, he's calling me learned friend as well. It's the Red-Headed League, isn't it? It's the Red-Headed League. It's the only thing we know of that was happening on the day before, right? It was the 31st, right? Yep. That's the only thing we know of that was happening the day before. It's the only thing that we have information on, because it's unlikely to be the case of Mr. Vigil, because that was brought to us. So it's got to be the Red-Headed League, and that's probably why he had the hairpiece in the first place.
Take that!
I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. Oh, it looks like I could have picked the red hairpiece or the thing, maybe. We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation. Surely not! Such a brightly coloured hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable. Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? So, you'd already worked it out. What on earth is all this about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen? The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception. A deception of what nature, Council? They've been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. Yeah, because we saw those men that got arrested, and we also knew that Sholmes had encountered the police there. You know, when he was pretending to be a redhead. I think. He did say the police, right? My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once. 2 redheads? Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece. So it's very likely that he had direct contact with those criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events. I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us, at least. The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these 2 Red-Headed League conspirators before me, Prosecutor Asogi. At once, my lord. Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned. Whew. We made it through the first section. Barely. To be continued, which sounds like a really good point to call it. So, thank you very much for coming. It's been fun. If you're new here and you've enjoyed your time, please consider subscribing to the channel. You can also follow me on Twitter, which is where I post the schedule of streams for the week. This was the last scheduled stream this week, so there will be another schedule up shortly after I end this stream, because I've already made it. The next scheduled stream will be tomorrow, Monday, 7 PM. And that's going to be Burashana, which I think we're getting towards the end of. So, hope to see you then, or another time. Once again, thanks for coming. And this is Kalla, signing out. See ya! Bye bye!